TikTok is now online.
And offline.
Sup. Since I'm the one who's in charge here, I figured today we'd do a little bit more software development. Didn't really have a strong plan for what I was going to do, but I figure it's a good use of time, so might as well. Sunglasses were just right next to me as I started the stream, and I was like, yeah, why not? All right. Hello, everyone. Today we are doing more software development.
And
offline.
But Jaco and Seven Raiders, hello and welcome. Yeah, so we're going to continue the, what you call it, the, put on the glasses again. See, the problem is they're polarized, so I can't see any of my monitors with them on. But yeah, you'll wear your sunglasses on stream? Yeah. Gotta go cook now? All right, see ya. Yeah, we're going to just work on the... I have my keys in my pocket for some reason. I'm going to go take those out on my way back over to the thing. Just tilt your head. Yeah, let me just program like that. That's cake. Yep. So, it's actually usually 45, because for some reason that's how they do it. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, we're going to do more software stuff. So let's just head on over to there. Oh, hey, look, it's a manual scan. And also you can see the net chart and how it has decided, hey, I see Shelby's going to start streaming. Let's just make the internet horrendous. It's a great idea. So yeah, that's going to suck. So give you an idea here. This is approximately the last 6 hours, is what the latest log shows. So the last hour-ish has been pretty bad. So much fun. This is actually correctly updating now. It's really cool. It's almost not terrible even. If I show you what it looks like, you can see here, yeah, look, isn't that wonderful? I love web stuff. It's so good. Yeah, it just does that now. That's fun. If I make it really small, I can do other weird things too. So that's cool. At least it's not doing it there for some reason. I don't know. It does wiggle a little bit. You're not crazy if you think you're seeing that. But, yep. Doesn't fail unless you log it. No, pretty sure we've seen plenty of fails. Anyway, continuing from yesterday's stream, here is the PDF that would have been generated had I run the command one more time. So, we can start scrolling down, and we can see the pages are staying the same height this time. It worked correctly, although it was actually the width that was changing. So if we scroll down to, is this the middle page here? Let's just double check real quick like. The middle page has the phone, this is the dead center page, and that looks correct to me. So that is done. Fun thing we can do here, you can see the saddle stitchness of this. Look at how much space there is between the left side of the window. Here, I'll minimize that. The left side of the window and the paper. As I scroll towards the middle, you can see that gap increases because saddle stitch. But there we go. But yeah, so that's done. I can get that uploaded to archive.org now. I guess there's no reason I couldn't do that right now, actually. So let's see here. Ditto the binder holes in the middle. What about the binder? Oh, yeah, them scooting inwards. Yes. I hadn't even thought about that. We can directly see that. Yeah. So that's also how much paper material gets moved because, yeah, they punched it right in the middle. So smart. Do you ever OCR before uploading? Only every time. It's kind of a waste since they OCR it, but if I'm going to keep a local copy and I want it to be OCR'd, I might as well. Yeah, okay, so let's rename this computer devices. You know what, I'm going to not put ink. I will have to put ink in the manufacturer, maker, whatever name when we upload it. So let's go archive.org. It's a big, big PDF because it was a lot of pages and it's really high resolution. Upload files. And boop. Okay. Yeah, the title is kind of the whole thing there. So, description, manual for a computer devices, Inc. 1206 Mini Term Pro. This is a thermal printing remote hard copy terminal that is basically also a computer. It's crazy. Wait, you can do, boom, italics. Okay, manual. Saddle stitch, usually hole punch like that? I'd never seen one like that before in all of the 2 that I've actually paid attention to scanning. But I'm going to say no, because most saddle stitch are just little tiny paper things that you'd get like a manual for a computer game or something. Manual, scan. I don't know if I should put PDF in there. I'm not. Computer, computer devices, Inc. Okay, date published, 1981. Language, English. And go. Okay. All right. Well, I think they just 3-hole punched it as like a way of, I don't know why they did. Because here's the problem. This is what we were kind of talking about with the hole punches when we mentioned it. That's how the document really is. The holes are really merged like that in the center. That's not an artifact of the scan. It's just like that. Meant for storage. Yeah, I think that makes way more sense, Matrox. I could believe that. Also, they had a heck of a hole punch that they just went ka-chunk right through the spine like that. That thing is not messing around hole punch. Which makes me think that it wasn't done after production. Never trying to find the center of a hole to determine proper scaling. Well, you couldn't with this since it's saddle stitch. The holes are moving in and out. It's kind of, yeah. From the wall of documentation era, I've never heard that term. Is that like when you buy, you know, Microsoft Word, like version 3 or whatever, and then you get a box that's that thick because all of it's manuals? All right, while that's uploading, let me go launch PyDiscRip here and start to demonstrate where this is at. All right, test, input is blank.
OSSJOCK77 has subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 4 months, currently on a 4-month streak. End of line.
Boss Jock, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 4 months. I appreciate that. Alrighty. That's what I want to do. Okay. Because online, digital help was not as common today. Yes, digital is the correct way of phrasing that. Because online includes like the NLP file or whatever that's included with program for help. Okay. All right, check this out. So, this is the web interface for PyDiscRip, and I got the dynamic form generation based off of a data structure working. So what this does is this takes a, hold on, okay, hold on, CD. Oh, it's because it's called Discrip, not PyDiscRip. Discrip. Okay, so if I do a -F and then, no, it's a -D, all right? What? Oh, that's right. It only dumps to a file. Okay, config dot cf, actually JSON. All right, cat config dot JSON. JQ, I'm sure I could have just run JQ. Okay, so what this does, hey Digital Ice Age, enjoy your day off. Sorry. You're over it? All right, good. Anyway, so what this does, it takes this JSON object, and then it builds a nested form in HTML based on this input. It looks for any blank top-level stuff and doesn't display those because it's meant to be able to adjust options that exist. There are no options for the optical object there, for example. It is configurable because, you know, why not? But I can show you what this code looks like, because this is what I am working on right now. I think I'm actually going to break this out into its own file, like its own JavaScript module that you could import, because it seems kind of cool. But yeah, so that whole thing is generated by this, a recursive function that takes in the data object, goes through the key values. If the sub key is an object, it will create a new field. So like CD here has a sub object that then contains the CDRDAO driver. At least you didn't waste any gas. Yeah. It's nicer to not have that kind of awful interaction in person. So. But yeah, so if it's not a object, then it adds a div that it adds the class input pair. This is one thing I might change. And then it sticks a label and an input in there so that you can change whatever the data would be in the data object. So this is what I started working on last in this, and I just finished it up. The next thing I need to do, and where I think this could be kind of cool to abstract this out of this program and make it its own separate thing, I realized I could have the JavaScript side, the client, convert this form back into a dictionary like this to then send the Python side to decode. And the main benefit of that is that it would then allow me to use the exact same API to let a user upload a config file that already contains all this data formatted this way. And since I would be JSON stringifying it client side, I could also let the user input all of this data here and then just save a config file locally. So the next step in this is today Shelby discovers REST. I have no idea what REST is other than what you do after you run a lot. So what I'm doing next is I'm making the opposite, object to form. I'm making form to object. So we're working on reversing this process now and getting the new data. So that's the next step. Yeah, that's what I'm working on next. So this was a pain in the butt to get working, but for dumb reasons we won't bother going into. Oh yeah, I should get rid of the logging. I don't need that anymore. Although that's all right there. All right. So each one of these gets a, wow, we can't, man, the panels. Each one of these gets a ID. That's not right. Why is the prefix now? Oh, I know why the prefix not being applied. Uh, okay. I want... My logic here does not account for not providing an ID. So, did I turn down the bitrate? No, I have not changed anything all weekend, I think. Okay, so I'm going to add, as long as ID does not equal null. Okay, because, like I said, this is recursive. And I need to be able to provide an ID, so that, I believe, will fix this. So now if I inspect this, this will have, yes, the proper CD, parent, dictionary holder thing, and then the sub. Why is that null? That shouldn't be null. Why is that there? Should have produced brilliant code. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I did rip running with scissors at home. For those of you who were here for that part yesterday, it was... it turns out it is Blue Book, but we kind of knew that because it was multi-session. It's also a hybrid HFS ISO 9660 file system, although I think HFS uses a variant of ISO 9660, but it is a hybrid one, which means that it's going to have not only an LBA offset from the start of the disk. It's going to have a super awful, weird, intra-dependent file system where some files will be in... The files are shared between the HFS and the ISO 9660 file systems, essentially. Some of them will be. So, like, let's say the HFS, which is Mac, has a QuickTime installer for PowerPC Mac. You don't need that on Windows, so the table of contents won't point to that. That'll only exist in the HFS file system, but there will be like a Windows exe, MSI installer, whatever, for QuickTime on the Windows partition. Then the Mac partition will have the different one. So you have different files exposed in different partitions, but when there's, say, a music video in there, both partitions will have their table of contents point to the one location, which can go forwards or backwards. It's weird. So that one going to be a total nightmare to try and handle correctly. Up until now, I've just been going, I don't know that those exist, la 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 la, because it's not a problem that anyone else has solved, as far as I'm aware. So it's not like I'm going to solve it with, you know, bash scripting, which is what I had been doing before. I might try a little harder with the Python stuff, but it's going to be a nightmare. I think trying to rip with Aru and then doing something there is the best bet, but I have talked with the maintainer of Aru, and yeah, they don't really have any great options for that either there, so... Yep. If a CD-ROM on those hybrid file system, yeah, it's awful. Software isn't finished until you can press one big green rip it button on the web page and spits out a directory tree complete with per platform hard links. Got it. Yes, essentially. I mean, that's what I'm doing, is it not? Also, it turns out this computer does have the wrong Python FFmpeg installed. I verified that my server has just FFmpeg, whereas, well, not my server, my laptop has just FFmpeg, whereas this has Python FFmpeg, or FFmpeg Python, whichever one it is. So it's going to be different there. So, all right. But yeah, that's a later problem. For right now, I just want to get data in and out via the web page. So, let's look at this. Blah. Why is it adding null to root level now? Prefix, okay. Coffee, yes, that is the answer, Ben. I'll answer that for you. H. Fontrez, you joke, but I don't think it would be that difficult to just do an RF read of a CD like we do with Laserdiscs. I think it would be extremely possible. The main issue with doing that, there's so many problems with doing it. It's just, there are other things I haven't gotten into with CDs because it's such a nightmare. Fun fact, different drives apply different offsets to the values that you get. So if it's 12 sectors off on my drive, it might be 14 sectors off on your drive. So one of the things that software like Redumper will do, because they are aware of this, is they will log the exact drive that you use to do this. No, my birthday is not public knowledge. So they will log the drive and try to figure out what your offset is to apply so your rips can be better understood. It is truly terrible. And then if you've looked at the PyDiscRip GitHub repo, you'll notice something else that exists. PyDiscRip Like, seriously, CDs are just the worst. They're absolutely terrible. Pre-gap! Audio CDs define index start positions, and the start positions don't have to be 0. They can be after 0, which means there's data before the data. And in some instances, there'll be like hidden tracks of music there. Don't have a compatible CD drive to use with it. I think you just need to run their like tester tool, don't you? And then you can provide that information, and then it is compatible. I don't know if you could. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much.
Resource subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 41 months, currently on a 41
Holy
month
moly.
streak. And says hello. End of line.
Thank you, Green Source, for the 41 months of tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Best pre-gap, I don't know. I have, They Might Be Giants Factory Showroom that has a pre-gap. Dude, look at my terrible internet over here. By the way, DZak, if you really wanted this, I rewrote it this morning so that you can run it as just one Python thing. It still launches Linux bash script, so it's not like cross-platform, but it is at least not as dumb. Play music CD-ROM start to finish, and play every bit after the start position to the end. I mean, in theory, yes, but that's not how it works. So if I put Factory Showroom into a dedicated hardware CD player, it's not on GitHub or anything. I could just send it to you over Discord if you want. If I put Factory Showroom into a hardware disc player, all right, you have to rewind the disc as soon as you put it in. Oh, do they have it known? Yep, there it is. Yeah. So this is where this is terrible. The other fun thing, I need to make a CD video. I don't know what it needs to be. I don't know how to make it because it's so awful. Because I need to be able to just point to it and say, go watch this so you can understand why my wall has a crater in it that's forehead shaped. Some optical drives can't rewind. They will error out if you try to read any data before track 0. Some of them will lie, and they'll say it's all zeros before track 0. They won't try to read. They'll just say, you're an idiot. Here, have some zeros. And then some of them will actually read the data before track 0. So, you really have to know exactly what you are doing when you are ripping CDs. This is an example where when I go to make the CD video, I have to go find examples of all of those drives in my collection, like each kind of failure. So it's... It's so awful. Yeah, these are the offset ones. Drive is known to be okay and include that metadata with each rip. Yes. Why before 0? Copy protection? Generally, no, it's mostly for audio to have hidden tracks. I apparently just need to demonstrate this. Let me see if I actually have Factory Showroom here. I may have taken it home. I don't see my collection of test discs here, so I may have taken it home. You're escaping a tangent if it's not here. Looks like it's not, though. Well, that's frustrating, because I don't think I've seen them for a while at home. There's a 1080 Ti sitting right there. I had a reason I wanted to use that. What was it? I don't remember. I had some task that was like, I could use a medium powerful GPU. I mean, it's not like 1080 Ti is a slouch, but like comparatively nowadays. I don't remember what it was. Oh well. Yeah, I don't see my test. Sweet. It's probably at home. No, PBJ or PJB, sorry. No, not quite. It's not that track 0 is hidden. It's that track 0 has data. There is data before track 0 that is technically part of what is called the pre-gap. Here, let me show you the bin queue for run, for running with scissors. I think this will answer this. So if we go archive, test, output. Okay, running with scissors, okay? So we can look at this bin queue right here, this one. So, this is why multi-session's garbage. Do any of these do it right? Here we go. This is better. So this is an audio CD, okay? So we can see we have two indexes here, okay? So technically CD players can or cannot support this, and it depends on what kind of format you're using. I think Talk considers this pre-gap. So track 2 starts here, but then the start is here. Yeah, so there's a 23-second pre-gap on that one. That's weird. I wonder if there's anything there. That's kind of a long time.
Tier 1 subs to TechTank's community. They've gifted a total of 281 in the channel. End of line. Natello gifted a tier 1 sub to Croixlor. End of line. Natello gifted a tier 1 sub to Fritzl. End of line.
Why is Bob not allowed? Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. So, yesterday I made a change to the script, and it's now going to individually read out every single one of those. Thank you so much for the 50 gift subs. I am going to have to stop that though, because it will last forever.
End of line.
Thank you so much. Sorry for the noise. No, absolutely not. This is my fault. Wait, did it just end? Oh, I mean, I guess that's acceptable. It's not too bad. Yeah, you know what? We'll go with that. That's fine. Okay. Oh my gosh, I thought I was gonna have to nuke that. But thank you so much. Why is Bob not allowed? I really appreciate that. Holy moly. Thank you. Buffer overflow? It might actually be. I don't remember exactly how the deck talk stuff is set up to work, but it may get choked out because of that. Oh my gosh.
Ultimate says error writing /dev/deck talk. Printer on fire. PHEER 100. End of line.
And thank you for the 100 bits. You know.
End of line.
I think we can do this. DD Opens, thank you for the 100 bits too. Let's see. Import audio. Archive, test, output, run, bin queue, run, bin. Oh, file, raw data, bin. Okay, 2-channel. I don't know about the endianness. Okay, so I think this should import the entire CD as audio. It looks like I have the endianness wrong. No, that's correct. Why is it brick wall?
Chugga chugga choo choo. End of line. BOSSJOCK77 is gifting 5 tier 1 subs to Techtankins'
Boss Jack,
community.
thank you
They've
for the
gifted a
5
total of
gifted
5
subs. I
in the
really
channel.
appreciate that.
End of line. BOSSJOCK77 gifted a tier 1 S
Dziak,
up to
it will give it to
REGWARRIORC
random
64.
people,
End of line.
just kind of like generally. So if you will almost always have had more people watch your channel at some point. It'll just pick anyone who has watched it. Nakalak, also thank you for the 100 bits.
67 BK. End of line.
Is there any flow control of the deck talk? I don't know. Do you have Discord open? 200 gifts are an option. Check live channel. Oh. Do I have to enable it or something?
BOSSJOCK77 gifted a tier 1 sub to Usage Electric. End of line.
Oh, Soggy getting one in there. So Paul Guy, the Rip Tools stuff, actually, if I go here, and I show you this.
They've gifted a total of 115 in the channel. End of line. Dr. Stoffel gifted a tier 1 sub to
Thank you for the
Wander.
20 gifted subs. Holy moly.
Stoffel gifted a tier 1 sub to Zapatato. End of line. Dr. Stoffel gifted a tier 1 sub to Jinquax. End of line.
Thank you so much.
Stoffel gifted a tier 1 sub to Contemptible Cat. End of line. Dr. Stoffel gifted
And Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits.
End of line.
People who don't watch a lot of tests way more likely to get gift subs. I would say that, yes. Oh my gosh.
End of line.
And I see that now, Hallicroft. That's a lot.
End of line. Dr. Stoffel gifted a tier 1 sub to Scapentum. End of line. Dr. Stoffel gifted a tier 1 sub to Netflix.
Paul Guy, though. So this hex code after the driver in CDRDAO tells it to byte swap. So that's what that you can enable byte swap or not for that, which matters for like ripping PS1 discs or how the emulators expect it to work. Oh my gosh.
End of line. End of line.
So many zeros. Why is Bob not allowed? Thank you for the 10,000 bits. Is my brain even parsing that number correctly? Yes, 10,000 bits. Thank you so much. Also, you guys are making it hard to keep track here. Boss Jack, thank you for the 100. Spooky, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much.
End of line. Can gifted a tier 1 S up to MAPPY 1202. End of line. Can gifted a tier 1 sub to Hydration English. End of line. Can gifted a tier 1 sub to
No, to fix this, not going to. Flow Scratch Show's mind suddenly has regrets.
Can gifted a tier 1 sub to Prospect. End of line.
I can't thank you for the 100 bits. I don't know what's going on, but I am extremely appreciative of everyone.
End of line. Can gifted a tier 1 sub to the Funkle. End of line. Can gifted a tier 1 sub to an
Oh my gosh.
End of line.
Ped, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
What's going on in here? End of line. Dr. Stoffel says CHER 100. This may be the end of the buffer, but it's not. End of line.
Dr. Stoffel, thank you for the 100 bits. That one was good. And Life's Faded, thank you for the 100 bits. Swarm, thank you for the 111 bits.
End of line. Ultimate gifted a tier 1 sub to Fluke. End of line. Ultimate gifted a tier 1 sub to Life's Faded. End of
Wesley,
line.
thank you for the 100 bits. Follow X, thank you for the tier 2 sub and for 41 months. I appreciate that.
End of line. Ultimate gifted a tier 1 sub to End of line.
Boss Jack, thank you for the 100 bits. No, I did not expect this today. It's supposed to be a boring day. I'm writing Python software and JavaScript.
CHER 111. The line never ends. End of line. Fallout subscribed at tier 2. They've subscribed for 41 months. End of line. Wesley Nixon says crazy CHER 100. End of line. BOSSJOCK 77 SIZHEER 100. Bet you didn't expect this today, huh? End of line.
Thank you all so much. I really...
CHEER 100 also. You can never predict chat, but you can predict the end of line.
Dr. Stoffel, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. See if more phonies check the stream summary afterwards. Yeah, then Twitch says, we think you did money laundering today. Any plans for this windfall? Recover from all the money I've given eBay? Anyway, what was I going to do? Oh, I was going to look at what the deal is here. So, track 3. Okay, track 1. Okay, what? Okay.
247 SIZHEER 100. You've gone 30 seconds without being interrupted. End of line.
Cheaphead, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm being facetious, Ben. I've not had that actually happen. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Where are the songs? Okay, that one's American Pie. I mean, oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of the original or the real. I mean, the Weird Al version.
Gifting 5 tier 1 subs to Tech community. They've gifted a total of 17 in the channel. End of line.
Cat, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that so much. And Boss Jack, thank you. Boss Jock, thank you for the 100 bits. You don't need to put it on your goals for next year list. Yeah, no.
End of line. Gifted a tier 1 sub to Lord Rel. End of line. Gifted a tier 1 sub to House.
Oh, I have the track list in the Music Brains info.
BOSSJOCK 77 SIZHEER 100.
Okay.
Fire siren
It's
just
Saga,
outside. It's not the
Person,
is it? End of
and
line.
Eddie Vedder. Okay.
Says CHEER 100. End of line. Cat says UNI 100. Will you?
Why is Bob not allowed? My viewers are incredible. I am so appreciative of them. Moonwire, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm a cat. Thank you for the 100 bits. I don't know why Wii U. I have a Wii U. I own all 3 games for it, too.
JEPIN 247 SIZHEER 100. This is the beginning of the end of line. Hunter says you only thought it would be a boring day. CHEER 100. End of line.
GPID, thank you for the 100 bits, and H. thank you for the 100 bits as well. Thank you all so much. There were 3? I know, right? Yeah. Breath of the Wild, Wind Waker HD, and Twilight Princess HD. That's all 3 games. Atom Fighter, you should buy a used 3.5-inch drive off of eBay, a power supply adapter from like Amazon, and a grease weasel from eBay, and a floppy cable, and then just use that. That's the best way you should do it. Put Wii U in the same tier as Casio Loopy for quantity games. There was also the worst version of Mario Kart 8. I didn't buy that. It just came in the disk drive of one of my Wii U's for some reason, because no one loved it. Okay. Okay, so that's Eddie Vedder. Is this 20 seconds? That's not 20 seconds. It would be... Nah, that's just the end of the Saga Begins. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, so Eddie Vedder's the next one, and then... Pretty Fly for a Rabbi. Okay, so that's after this. Okay. So yeah, I'm not getting why there's a gap there. One of your Wii U's? Yes, I have two. I can't remember. I think one of them didn't come with a gamepad. Ben. There was Hyrule Warriors too. I like that. I'm torn on that Hyrule Warriors. I think it's okay, but it also taken like 2,000 hours to complete. Get a gamepad to come with the Wii U is the worst. Yeah. Yeah, it might have been something like I got one Wii U with just the console and the gamepad, and then I got the other one with like all of the accessories except for the gamepad. I think it might have been something like that. But I only have one gamepad. I think one of my Wii U's has 3D World included too. Yeah, impressively short development time. Okay, I'm confused. So track 3 should have like 30 seconds. Or 23 seconds. 23 seconds of silence. But I'm not seeing that. That's part of the song. It's at 8:54 as well. Yeah, that's correct. So it would be 29.
Butter says CHEER.
Oh my gosh, it's not seconds, that's frames.
Still exists. End of line.
Never mind. So harder your worm. Gosh. Yes, I know the HPXY plotter still exists. There's no way I'm buying it. Desiac, you should look up the education credentials of the writers of Futurama. Okay, yeah, that's frames. I'm dumb. It's 30 frames, 23 frames. That's nothing. Why did they even bother? So yeah, that's probably that. That's nothing. Anyway, that was a fun tangent. They didn't bother on most of the tracks. I don't think I've seen that before. Usually it's consistent. Yeah, it's weird it's a mix. I'll agree that's even weirder that it's a mix. It's a shame I don't know where my test bed of discs is. I would rip one that would blow all your all's minds. I have one disc that has, I think, 479 track indices. It uses all 99 tracks. It's an audio sample disc meant to be played and then recorded on my Roland W30. Yeah, anyway, CDs are cursed. You had one of those at one point. If you still have it, I will give you $50 for it. But it has to use CD indexes. No way you still have it. That was over 30 years and a few moves ago. I mean, you could still have it. It's just buried under the couch cushion, but in the storage unit behind the pile of cardboard boxes. Very few players let you play individual indices. Yes. I think I have one that will allow you to select indices, but I'm not 100% sure. H. Vontrez, so they really should have done that as track indices, actually. There is, and I'm wondering about this. So hold on. Time for one of them things where we're doing the thing that we're not supposed to be doing. I forget what they're called. So what H. Vontrez is talking about is Apollo 18 has a bunch of tracks on the album here. All right, so everything that is fingertips is meant to be kind of like a commercial type thing, and you're supposed to listen to this CD on shuffle. And the idea is that it's like you hear a song, and then you hear like something weird, and then you hear a song, and then you hear two weird things. That's the idea. But they messed up the pressing in some international releases, and they did put them all in one track. But I wonder if it uses track indices and just no one realizes it. Fingertips. 21 short tracks ranging from blah, blah, blah. Okay, referring to these tracks, albums, liner notes, indexes, discs designed to complement shuffle mode. Okay. Songs are written to short pop songs. Fingertips suite, series vocal cameos from a bunch of dudes. Because of a mastering error, the European and Australian issues of the CD Fingertips as one continuous track. So I would actually like to get one of those at some point, and I want to see if it uses track indices. Because if it does, that would be sweet. I wonder if they did that, because the original intention for track indices was for, say, movements within a longer classical piece. Like Vivaldi's Four Seasons has 4 movements in it because it's one of the 4 seasons. Spring's the only one that you probably know. But you could have spring as index 0. 1 would be summer, 2 would be fall, 3 would be winter. That was the original intent, but it was never used that way. So I'd be curious if they did that. It's a long time since the last official track had a hidden one, but they broke that up at 80 plus individual total track count at 98. Yes, Broken, the later releases that don't include the mini CD that I'm still trying to get my hands on, do the same thing. I leave those in there when I rip a CD. There's actually another reason they do that, Ben. When you're driving, it forces you to listen to the silence because you can't just skip it. That's one of the reasons why they did it. Because while you're driving, you're not going to sit there and keep pushing the next button. That's not what's going to happen. It is meant to maintain the artistic intent. You might. But yeah, I would really, really like to get my hands on the, I guess, Australian release. Maybe European. I don't know. Just one of those I would really like. Is there a German version of it on eBay? Well, yeah, but that's not how this worked in, the 90s. DCAC. So ebay.de. Let's see. It might be Giants, Apollo 18. There is. I don't. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Yeah. I don't. I don't know how that's gonna work now. I'll just say our life in America continues to get more interesting, and I don't know about trying to. I don't know how buying international things works now. Yeah, that Jarek, that's the whole problem. I don't know how that works now. Like even free, I don't know. Free might actually be more complicated. Yeah, I bet Digital Ice Age. Yeah, DCI. I don't know if the UK version will count. They were still part of the EU back then, because governments. If you rip it to a bin queue, and you look at the queue file, um, if you can see what that queue file shows. So, like I was looking at here, you should see something like this. And what I'm really curious is if there are a bunch of these on the fingertips track. Exact audio copy? Yeah, maybe use that. I've never used that because it's Linux, but maybe. And Jarek, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, so Adrian, they weren't part of it then. Ha ha. Well, Dratini, in their defense, China's been doing that for decades. So, I mean, I wouldn't blame them too hard for that. Is that what it was, Deziak? No. Okay. And that would intrigue you. Well, let me look it up. See if I can find it on Discogs or something. Oh, I found it on just like the best website ever here. Yeah, so the problem is there's some of these will only use tracks. They won't have enough samples to use indexes. I want it to use indexes. There's also one in particular that I'm looking for. Well, VW, I don't I don't know. I back up my audio tracks like this, but I'm insane. It just depends on what you're trying to do. I always rip to FLAC is my final version, but
See, I gifted a tier 1 S up to
you just wanted to read it, didn't you?
www. They have given 43 gift subs in the channel. End of line.
Swarm, that's not true. That is here. Apt install cd, no, gcd emu, is that it? cd emu, gcd emu. I think that's it. What's it called? Hold on. No, not that. gcd emu. What? Yeah. What? Is it just called CD emu? Do I have to add the PPA? Fine. First off, we opened the bin file in Audacity because that works. Now, open with GCD emu client, boom, we just mounted the bin queue, open with VLC, and you can play bin queues. It actually drives me insane that my Theo can't do this. I would have only bin queues on there if I could, because that would be incredible. If the sector offsets are so identical that it even was able to CDDB it there. Well, Swarm, what I'm saying is you just have to mount it. That's all. It doesn't take weird software. You just mount it. That's it. Anyway, look at his website for that thing with DZX. I mean, it's insane. All right. But I think it's only tracks. I don't think it's indexes. It's kind of a niche feature, isn't it? What do you mean? Mounting a bin queue? No. Didn't you use alternatively acquired software in the early 2000s? Pretty standard. Alcohol 120%. I know, nothing does it. I understand. Nothing does it. It's frustrating. No, you don't keep hundreds of them mounted. Oh, okay, you're one of those people who shuffles music. Yeah, that's the reason why nothing does it. Yeah. I listen to albums. I don't listen to songs. Real audio? Yeah, I don't think that runs on Linux. Yeah, so money, PS1 discs actually are weird because the audio is byte swapped on those, so you can't just mount them and listen to the audio, but if you change that CDR-DAO driver I said, use that to byte swap the audio, then you can listen to the audio. There was a Linux Real Player, huh. Yeah, maybe I just ran in different circles, but to me, mounting a bin queue is nothing. All right. I feel like there was something I was missing here. Yeah, so losses archive. That I do. Yeah, I back up all of my bin queues so far. Because realistically, my software library is going to be just as big as my audio library, so if I'm going to back up all the software as bin queues, might as well back up the audio too, since the audio actually benefits from it even more. All right. Rather than waste another hour yakking, how about we type in code? Oh yeah, AI. I realized today something else that no indexes on fingertips in European Apollo. Okay. So it was one track, but with 0 indexes. Interesting. All right. Well, that's too bad because that would have been super cool. Anyway, AI. It just occurred to me that CD ripping thing paper didn't cover pregap at all, so they missed something still in there because they were focusing on sessions and tracks and stuff, but yeah, they missed that where data can kind of not be in a session at all. All tracks have 2. Realize we moved on. Yeah, no problem. I appreciate the knowledge. I genuinely do. It's really nice to know. Yeah, there are a couple. Well, I'm not familiar with that exact one, digital or DZX. That's good to know. EAC probably runs fine in Wine, but there's absolutely no reason to use EAC. All it does is just rip multiple times and compare the outputs. That's its main trick. CD Paranoia has been doing the same thing for just as long. So on Linux, I'm just running CDRDAO, which uses CD Paranoia underneath, or is it the other way around? I don't remember. But either way, I get the same kind of multi-read ripping here. So. Okay. Yeah, exactly. The CDRDAO doing paranoia. Yep. Not sure about raw reads for data. I'm pretty sure it does, but I would have to go back through all the parameters and stuff, which, as you probably know, is awful. Okay, the last thing I was trying to figure out is why these get a null prefix. Yeah, why is this getting null? Let's look at this. Software, prefix, okay. If prefix equal null, continue. Okay, but this... How can this run? Okay, if prefix equal null, okay. Prefix string equals blank, else prefix string equal prefix. There's probably a ternary thing I could do, but I don't know what that is, so... Oh, well... Oh, and it's Python that has the cursed ternary operator. JavaScript's probably safe. 5C deliver latency good enough to game on. I've never tried because that's not my bag, so I can't really tell you. So this here, if you're looking at that and seeing the downtimes, that's actually my Cox cable home internet, not the the stream or the Office LTE. And I'm not actually using that anymore. I'm using Google Fi, which is my cellular service provider for my phone, with a data SIM in my own modem that I own. So, yep. Basically, it's T-Mobile 5G at home. Or we have T-Mobile 5G at home, because I'm pretty sure Google Fi is still using T-Mobile. But more importantly, I'm using 4G now, not 5G, which connects a lot better and is more stable. 5G is dumb. We should just be using 4G. It's much more reliable. Okay, I was about to search for 4G. That's not what I want. JS ternary. All right. How sane is it? It's the most sane. What? Holy moly. Python, take note. Let's see. Is it so sane that it's true false? I'll look it up in a second. True false. I love that's the way that ternary operations should be. That's how it should be. That's so nice. Okay. Now, this. Inspect. There we go. I'm getting booted from LTE, force 5G by your hotspot provider. Exactly, yes. No, that's the whole problem with the T-Mobile thing. It's awful. So my thing is Netgear something or another. I don't exactly remember what, but it only supports LTE. It doesn't do 5G at all, which means that it stays on LTE, which works better. Yes, it's the same as C, which is one of the weird things that JavaScript, which like the least C-like language in execution, is the most C-like in syntax. Yeah, but if you want to throw up ever, just go look at how you do ternary in Python. Well, Philip, it's a good thing that me running an LTE receiver doesn't matter, because it's not like I can avoid LTE since it's all over. Yeah. Do we go to service till they decom their own hardware versus decomming yours? Well, they're not going to get rid of 4G towers anytime soon, so I should be fine for a long time. VB scripts is likely worse than Python. You've got me curious. I don't know. So far, these don't seem too horrible. Whereas Python, true, condition, false. The depraved ramblings of a madman is what came up with that. I don't care if Python has benevolent dictator for life. That's ludicrous. Almost feels SQL-ish, yeah. Like it's a left join or something. Ugh. Bolt a ternary operator on language functions. Like, yeah, examples for VB is missing the point of the ternary operator. Yeah, right. You just have your own enterprise util class that you have to import into every single script that you write. That's on your Microsoft SharePoint server. That's how that ends up working. All right. If I archived any records, I'm going to translate that too. To archive.org, no. For myself, yes. Including one. I don't know, is Digital Ice Age here? How does that work for audio recordings? Because I might have one that's old enough that I could put it up on archive.org, but it might already be there. It probably is. What's the question again? How old does music have to be before it's public domain? I feel like that you would know that. Like, if I have a record, for it to be public domain, what year for me to put it on archive.org? Because, like, I assume I can't go put Pretty Hate Machine on archive.org. 1930. Yeah, so no, I can't put anything on archive.org. Well, there's an early cutoff. I know there's something from 1976, I think, where stuff gets a little weird. But okay, yeah. The years changed. Did they move it back? I know it depends on the country, but I'm in the United States, and I know Digital Ice Age is as well. There's a CD from 1930, yeah. Yeah, I can tell you the one that I'm thinking of does not appear to be on archive.org already. I would love to put it on there, but I super duper do not want the music industry coming after me. So, yeah, pass. I see plenty of them on there that probably shouldn't be, just from what I'm seeing show up from the search, but no, I'm not putting it up there. You got to pick your battles. The music industry is not one to battle. Lars is going to get you exactly. So everyone quoting like normal copyright standards. Yeah, 70 years after death of the author or 70 years from initial copyright for corporations or whatever is what it is. But there are points in time where the rules changed and some things were not grandfathered in. So that's what it is. Yes, exactly, Digital Ice Age. So, yep. With the 78 project, I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, AI, we are aware of that. Fun fact, this manual for the Q3 printer qualifies for that because there is no copyright date anywhere in this. So, yeah. Yeah, Pordizo, yes. I don't want to get onto a copyright rant right now because I could very, very easily do that more than the CD rant. So I'll just say I hate it all. So I was confused about what the laws define as the author of feature films a lot more than just the director who gets to decide who the author is there. Yeah, they don't care about problems like that. That's not their issue. The law, government thinking about the laws they write? Nah. Yeah, anyway. Just let my brain think it through so I can get it out of my system, just get back to work. Because could so easily get drug into that, and I don't want to. Yep, exactly, Philip. Now, I do have some Centennial 78, so I could put those up, but it's pretty low priority. Plus, I have a record player I could use for 78s, but I don't remember if it has an output, so I'd have to tap into the cartridge and figure out a preamp, which... yeah. There we go. Fix that. Everything else is fine. Okay. So now our IDs, which I'm going to use as indexes, are safe. Okay. Those will always be safe because I'm using the parent ID as a prefix as part of the index for the child IDs. So since it's a dictionary that I'm referencing this data from, they're already unique. So it's impossible for there to be duplicates, so this is safe. Unlike the Mario Kart markers. See? Learning. So now we need to read through this. I was going to do a loop iteration. Maybe not. Maybe I just get everything below a specific object and then just use like a class or an ID or something to figure out which ones are part of the form object. Yeah, you know what? I'm doing that. H-Montrez, the bigger problem is that 78s have they're a much harsher surface. It's not really a great idea to run your diamond stylus on it. You should use the correct one, which is, I don't remember, like sapphire or something. It's not like the, hand crank ones where it's a steel one. Yeah, there is a record that I would love to be able to release that also ties into a video that I would really like to make, but I don't know quite how to handle it because it's a pop culture subject. But it's also a very old pop culture subject because I do anything about something modern. So I'm really not sure how to handle it. So it's been kicking around in the back of my mind for a while. Yes, that too, Ben. Yeah. Dude, look how terrible my internet is. That's ridiculous. Swarm, I think it's just coincidence. Pretty sure. Because it's not like it's doing a keep alive or anything. Still avoiding the CDs? Yeah, I don't blame you. Let's do this. Object, form, data. Let's call it this. And then I'm going to grab style here, and I'm just going to duplicate this. So I'm probably going to make a separate thing for that. Okay. F5. Well, that didn't work. Why is that right and this isn't? What if that doesn't exist? Weird. What did I mess up? This. Boom. There we go. Okay. Nah. You don't want this. Everyone thinks they want this. You don't want this. So I'll just tell you. One thing you don't realize that's happening all the time with your traditional needle is that it's plowing through dust and other little particulates on the record and just pushing them out of the way, whereas this is going to pick them all up. So this is going to have all kinds of processing and filtering. I mean, even if it's like $10,000, that's not even why you don't want it. It's just, it's not going to do what you want. I wonder if they've ever actually sold one anyway. Yeah. High quality history of laser turntables born in 1989. Yeah, the fact that hasn't nothing's come from this. Yeah, laser effect. It shows a barcode. Is there like a model number? ELP laser turntable. I want to see if there's a photo of this in the wild.
PROFECY 90S subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 7 months, currently on a 3-month streak, and says Wooga
Oh yeah, that.
End of line.
Prophecy, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and for 7 months. I appreciate that. The laser reads the barcode in the LP and downloads audio from the cloud. Yeah. It looks like that's a sarcastic thing. That looks like a real photo on Wikipedia. That's a real photo at a trade show, so that doesn't count. Parts repair. What? Return to ad. Asking price, retail price, $20,000. Wait, this might actually still be... Oh, sold. Okay, I was going to say, it might actually still be for sale. Yeah, so no real videos about it. Anyway. So they're indeed real. It seems like it, yeah. Had one of those bat poo crazy autofile fathers, had a laser turntable. Oh, fun. Laser damage. I think that person was being sarcastic. We'll use electron scanning microscopes to read vinyl. I mean, we'll have to sputter metal onto them first, but then it'll work, yeah. Swarm, I can tell you exactly why people like records. Because a record is a thing. It does a job. And it's controllable. It's all physical. So people will say, oh, it's analog. It's not really what they mean. It's physical. As long as you have the needle that wiggles and wires that take the wiggle and send it to an amplifier and then have the amplifier go to speakers, you can hear that. Okay? CDs, they're kind of weird. It's like, you know, some plastic glued together with some aluminum in there. Sometimes the aluminum oxidizes, then it doesn't work right. The records, it's plastic with some bumps in it. That's always going to work as long as you treat it right. So I 100% get records now. I like buying records as my, like, this is my real copy of this music. But I also buy CDs for pretty much everything. I always buy both. So some records were made of bugs. That's true. Many, many records were made of bugs. I have bug records, yes. And we're not talking about weird ones like the X-ray records from Russia or whatever. It's just shellac. Ben, that's the modern look at it. Like, you didn't really think about that, you know, when you bought it back then. That's like a modern justification. Like, it's fine, it's good, yes. Not every album has artwork that I actually want to, yes, that is nice. But I still want it on, you know, vinyl instead. There's a ritual to playing a record. Yeah, but that's also a problem. Like, I actually haven't had my record player set up since I moved because of the physical space required for the ritual. For you, a CD is physical? I mean, it's probably more so for me in Arizona where they're going to last forever, but I don't know. That it's impossible to DRM. You say that. But there might be some ways. Not buying, that's a modern thing. How do you explain fancy gatefolds? No. Let me rephrase that. As a justification for buying a record over another format. That's a modern thing. Not that it's not something you can appreciate. I'm saying you wouldn't in the 80s say, I'm going to buy a record over a cassette because I want to look at the artwork. No. Because there wasn't a better audio format than records then. That wasn't what went through your mind. Anyway, look up CD4 quadraphonic, and you can see how audio filtering can be done in real time on records. And while I'm pretty sure there are no DRM'd records, I could believe there's a way of doing it. All right, we got that working. So now what I'm going to do is, like, actually work maybe. Okay. Let's change this to ID. Okay. How can I query items? I know how to do this. I need to look at my Mario Kart code, which I think I have on here. Kinda. No, I don't want the style sheet. Modulated subcarrier for the matrix formats that provide a better example. No, the subcarrier is exactly what I'm talking about. If that 30 kilohertz subcarrier wears off, you can no longer decode that. So let's say you wanted a CartridgeVision style record where it won't play, and you put a 30,000 or a 50,000 kilohertz tone on there, and you know after it plays like 3 times that tone's going to get worn off by the needle and won't be audible again, boom, you have a record that can only be decoded so many times. Now that's not taking into account the like the regular, 40 kilohertz audio or whatever being audible, or the regular, yeah. No, but I'm saying that there are things about records that you could do some weird stuff with. That's all I'm saying. Again, I don't think it existed, but if I really wanted to, I had the ability to press a record in high quality, I'm pretty sure I could come up with a way of doing some weird stuff with records for DRM. I'm pretty sure I could. It's not impossible. Diffix vinyl, exactly. Chocolate records have been done. Literally, they have been done on a lathe. Yes. Okay. Query selector. Select all segment. Sure. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to query selector all, and then I'm going to do this class. But I'm gonna do that, and then I should have it be part of this ID. So this thing plus ID space that. I think that'll work. So base that. Let's run that and see what we get in the console. F5. Oh, that's not a good sign. CED, H. Vontres. I have some over there. Similar problem, actually. They are kind of weird. Not the same thing. I remember reading early film distributors intentionally tint their films, sort of sepia hue, and black and white film cameras had a hard time picking up. That's kind of hilarious. They had cams in the 1910s. Bet it sucked to have to travel to Russia to get copies of those, though. Is that completely fatal to CEDs? Yes. No, no, no. I'm talking about CEDs are made out of super disc material, which is a term that you don't hear applied correctly that often. A CD4 record is called a super disc because it is made out of a harder material than a normal record. I believe CEDs are made out of the same material. And that's because CEDs run at a much higher frequency for the information on the disk. So what I'm saying is they can wear because it's the same problem as the CD4 record with the, you know, if the phase lock decoding loop or whatever frequency synchro nonsense, if that wears out, you can have a similar problem with CED where they can wear out just because the information on them is so sensitive. So that's what I was talking about, not the dust stuff. But yes, the dust is why they're kept in the jacket all the time. Genius in France is a great song, but you can just say that about every Weird Al song, so it's not like, you know, it's not surprising. Missing something after, I'll give you a list. Okay. I will not apologize for that yawn. Is it in this? It is. So where's the problem? Because this looks correct. Oh, I forgot the plus. Plus. F5. Okay. Doc is not defined. Fair enough. Document. What kind of weirdo shorthands document to doc? Okay. Query selector, blah, blah, blah. Objects from data is not a valid selector. Oh, I'm not passing the ID. Wait, hold on. What's this? There we go. Base children is undefined. Okay, because it's weird and I don't know what it is. Okay, now we can log some stuff. Okay. Node list. Length 0. Well, I don't like that. So I guess we're going to have to debug this. We apologize for the way you're completely ignoring chat. Focus on writing your code. Very rude. Just for that, I'm going to go get some water. Oh, look, there's a nice space out here where I'm not being bombarded by anything. Oh, it's so wonderful. I can think. I'm alone with my thoughts. I can look at stuff and think, oh man, I was supposed to get to that years ago. It's great. Dude, I got a lot of stuff. Don't talk and chew your water at the same time. The big thing? No, I was looking at a SCSI Caddy CD changer that just needs new capacitors. That would take me 5 minutes to repair, but I just, haven't gotten around to. Okay. Oh, you can run this in a separate window. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, I'm putting this off to the side. You guys aren't going to be able to see this anymore. Sorry. Okay, debugger. You know what? Maybe I can just move it in and out. Let's try this. Okay, static script.js. Okay, nah. So, why does it think this is misspelled? Type error, base children's undefined. That's fair. Can I F5 this file? I can. Okay. Let's do this. F5. Okay. And we're stopped. Base. Okay, so query selector. You know what I probably need to do? I probably need to make this save as a string and then use the string in this. So cell equals that, and then we'll do cell, because then I can just look at that and that'll make way more sense. So now we can debug there. F5 again. We can see cell config options. I mean, that should be correct, but then it doesn't work because we do it down here and we continue. We'll look at base and we'll see nothing. 5 minutes IRL, 2 hours on stream. Seriously, yes.
Thrasher 976 has not subscribed to Prime. They've subscribed for 3 months, currently on a 3-month streak. End of line.
Thrasher, thank you for the Prime sub and for 3 months. I really appreciate it. All right. Why did that not work with the selector? I know why it doesn't work. You guys ready? You know what the problem is? The problem is dot, but the dot doesn't go there. It goes right there. Boom. Now it's going to work. Check this out. You guys ready? Look at it. Boom. I was half expecting it not to work. Okay, cool. It actually did work. Okay. Well, now we can let her rip. And we should log, yep, a whole bunch of stuff. Perfect. Now, how do I do this? Dude, my internet has been so bad today. It's so frustrating. I don't know how it hasn't dropped. I don't even know what this panel's for over here. It's kind of useless. Don't jinx it. I know, right? Okay. So let me do this really quick. Let's rerun this. Just F5. Okay, so child, class, object, form data. Okay, then this has children. Right, up, I left the thing. Okay, children, not that. 0 is label, 1 is input. That should be pretty consistent, so I think we could do that. I don't think there's a reason to ever use the label. So we can just go straight to the input. Matter of fact, do we just want to select the inputs only? Maybe we do that instead. Input. F5. Okay. So now it's the input. Yeah, okay. So what we can do here is they are watching your stream. I don't know who they is. I like how I actually started working on code to instantly chat and just died. No one's talking anymore. I need to split the ID based on the pipe separator, and that gives us all of our parent selectors in the dictionary. Have less PVA in the formulation, make the final product both harder and able to retain finer details. Yes. I don't know about the PVA part. I'm not aware of the chemistry, but that basic premise is what makes it the super disk. And again, is what CD4 disks use as well. You be a chatterbox if you really want to make no code progress. It would be nice to actually have something to show for 4 hours by the end of this. So child dot ID dot split. Is that a thing I can do? Split based on pipe. Yeah. And then can I for doodad of thingamajig do that?
For PHDER 100, sorry for falling down on the job.
And line. H Fontress, thank you for the 100 bits. You wanted coding chat to be in software and game development category? I know, but how much software have we really done? Would that be fair? I don't know. I just use science and technology as a catch-all. Is it not also software? There, changed. Except now we'll get people wandering in asking where they should get started in making a game in, you know, BASIC or whatever. Okay. For constant key. Let's go with that. Of. And then we print the key to the thing. Key. Boom. Okay. F5. Missing thing after thing. Okay, fair enough. Bad coding advice.
BOSSJOCK 77
Oh, it's perfect.
100. How do I make a Tetris clone in Commodore 64 Basic? Well,
Dude, I don't know. You think I've ever had a Commodore 64 work long enough to be able to write a BASIC program in it? Do you use Unity or Unreal? It should be Godot. There you go. Dude, it boots up into BASIC? Oh, look at you, Mr. Fancy, with your Commodore 64 that boots up. Yeah, they said 64, not VIC-20, though. T-Jack, I can tell you how to make that, but I can't tell you how to produce it. Exactly, Boss Chalk. It just needs new every part made by MOS. All right. Trying to think about the best way to handle using these keys for the index positions. Well, these value, this string has a key in the dictionary. So we have an undetermined length of these that has an undetermined depth in this. So what we need to be able to do is data key, okay? And then we set this to child dot value, essentially. Then we can console log data, just for giggles. This is going to be completely wrong, but I just want to do it because why not? Okay, so I think it's this. Yeah. So this kind of gets you the idea. We're rebuilding the thing from here, but we have lost all of the precedence. But it does kind of work. Why does seek retries in hard sectors have quotes? Is it because there's a dash? Yes? Okay, that's weird. Also, look at my terrible internet terribling it up. I like this, though. It's nice to be able to see this. Okay. Quote, hard sectors quote, yeah. All right. I think one thing I want to do is everybody's favorite ternary. Oh wait, you can't type in the debugger.
Internet CHEER 101. End of line.
How would that work? Would that be like async where you have a baud rate, you have to PLL lock your internet so your bandwidth is tied to your refresh rate there? That's too much money. You don't want that. You don't want someone else's wheel. You need to BWY whatever, bring your own wheel. For 800, it better have hydraulics too. So you can listen to Foghat while you're, you know. All right. Okay. If child equals was it war? Hold on. Or is that the album? Now I'm... Oh, you're right. You're right. I always forget because it's a terrible band name. I always wanted to be Foghat because that's like an awesome band name. All right. If it's that, make it null. Else, just pass this. Because I don't want to pass blank ever. I want it to be null. Because I don't want to override defaults if they aren't provided. No, I have never listened to any music by Lorde, but I do own one CD now from that artist. Because I had to have the weird transparent one. I look at the Google News cards on my phone and that kept popping up like, well, yes, I must own that. That is too weird not to own. I think it read on my modern CD drive, but did not read in my Plex store. This is your surprised face? I don't know what that is in relation to. Good test CD? Not really. No, it's not. That's like saying one of the ones that aren't actually circular shaped are a good test CD. Still not. That's only testing one thing that nothing should actually have to put up with. Okay, so now it's null proper. Perfect. Okay. How can I use this to do a dictionary sequence thing? Well, an octagon would be fine as long as it's well balanced. I mean, I have a hexagon record that works just fine. Nah, pre-breakfast, I want to make a CD player where the transport spins. That's what I want. The CD stays still, and then everything else spins around it. The Planet Express CD player. The Coil Octagon CD. No, I do not. DCIK. All those business card shaped CDs said don't put them in a Mac because it's slot loading. Oh, yes, that is hilarious. I am still, to this day, impressed that first generation Wii's can slot load the mini GameCube discs. Okay. I'm getting closer here. How do I handle this, though? How do I handle the key? How many RPM is the speedy spinning? You have ideas? I'll tell you what your biggest problem is. The CD can spin and the centrifugal force is not an issue, okay? Spinning the transport means that the laser is getting yanked back constantly. It's not gonna work. Yes, if that is what you know me from, Papet. Yes, I did do the video about using for, well, 3 CRTs and a LCD for Doom. That fourth monitor was an LCD that just happens to have a bezel that looked like a CRT. And I used that one in particular so I could put it up on top of the other monitor without it looking weird. But that was an LCD because stacking CRTs is a horrible idea. Yeah, there are all kinds of weird shaped CDs. That's not hard to find. I'm not super worried about that. Yeah, the fourth was for the map. Okay, how do we handle this? This is... You have me wondering, Dziak, what are the RPM limits for Sen rings? Let's just pick one at random here. Okay. For what, 2025 battery and Bluetooth? Nah, screw that. If we're doing it right. You know, actually, why has no one done this with a record? That should actually be fine. Okay. Wow, you can get a 1,000 RPM Sen ring? That's insane. But someone should have done this with a record player. 33 and a third RPM is not that bad. So yeah, you could use a Sen ring. Well, Bluetooth isn't going to solve your laser issue. Those toy cars that drive around on a record, I don't think that counts. Nah, I'm not counting that. Because those just suck. They're terrible. They put way more force on the groove wall. If you're talking about the toy car ones, I don't count those. Those are just garbage. Well, Transit Biker, this would be for 1x speed CD audio, so it's a lot more forgiving. The speed is a whole lot lower. A reverse record player? What do you mean by that? Like it played from the inner track to the outer, or the machine moved and the record stayed static? Because we're talking about mostly for a CD, having the CD be static and then spinning the transport behind it. But what I was saying is you could easily do the same for a record and it would work a lot easier.
71 R8ers from T2 SDE have joined. End of line.
T2SD Raiders, hello and welcome. We're definitely not talking about the dumbest projects that are never going to happen right now. Instead, what we're doing, definitely for sure being on topic, is I'm working on my media archival preservation software. So I've added a feature where it can take a JSON data object like this and automatically build a form so you can configure your parameters for your ripping software. The form generation is working perfectly now. So what I'm doing as my next step is I'm writing some code to take the HTML for the form and generate a JSON object out of that to go the other direction. Doing this will also allow me to let a user save a configured JSON file locally and then just submit a full JSON file instead of filling in the form, so that once they fill in a form and it works, they can save their configuration and then apply that in the future without having to refill the form. So that's what I'm working on right now. The current issue that I'm facing is the nested keys for, like, let's say this, we have floppy and then GW and then revs for this. I have the keys provided in we can look at it here. If I just go to inspector and look at one of these, do hickeys here, floppy, div, field set, object thing. Here we go. So it's GW revs. Oh, wait, why is floppy not in there? I'm not passing all of the things. Okay, well, that's good to know. It's going to be floppy pipe character, GW pipe character revs, and then we need to have it be floppy as the first index, GW is the second index, and then revs is the last index. And I'm just figuring out how to make this work as a dictionary. So, or in JavaScript parlance, an object. But yeah, okay, let's go fix that problem where it's not passing the prefix that it's using to the next generation call, because, yeah, that's a problem. So we need this, or is it this? Prefix string, where is it? Object to form key. We need prefix plus key here. That's what it needs to be. So now if I refresh this, boom, floppy GW tracks. That's what I want to see. Okay. Oh no, those I think those got tech moaned. Desiac. They're also garbage. You don't want one. I passed on some at Goodwill. Nah, you don't want one. There's no reason to own a linear tracking turntable. Yeah, so we have key 1, key 2 in that. I'm splitting them into an array here, and I'm just trying to figure out how I can use the array for an undetermined number of indexes. It feels like a recursive problem, but I don't want to do a recursive problem. It could work for the spinning turntable static vinyl. I mean, it would probably have to be something like that, yes. Oh, no, absolutely. No problem, Casper. Just stepping in. So the dot notation, I'm going to call that, or operator, however you want to think about that. That's hard-coded in the actual code. Since our key is a variable string, we have to use this operator notation thing. This can resolve your tree problem. But how? It's not that I can't do it, because I could just do key 1, you know, key 2, whatever, like that. The problem is that it's an array. So, I mean, if I hated programming and I wanted to be done, or I was an intern somewhere, key dot, so yeah, so no, that's not a bad, that's a bad idea, because what I would do is I would just do a select, you know, is that not a thing here? Select. I'm just gonna pretend select is valid in JavaScript right now, and if you don't know what that is, go use C++. Case, right? Like 1. Okay, so if we have this dot length, you know, case 1, then we would do this. But then if it was 2, we would do 0. This is the cringy way, okay? This is how you do it when it's Friday and you want to go home. 0, and then 1. 4 switch problem patterns is known inside of an experienced hacker. Exactly. So yeah, switch, that's it, switch. Yeah, so if we did this, all right, that would work, but it's awful. So I don't want to do this. We can do this with a recursive function. I just didn't want to do a recursive function. It's us, it's fine. No, this is not acceptable. Recursion is slow. This happens once. It's not something that happens constantly. So it's not a problem. Well, when you're using indeterminate data structures like this that have a depth that you don't know, recursion can kind of be the best option. Can you just do this with a for loop that just reassigns to a variable? No. Because the problem is we have to change the actual code reference like this. That's the problem. We can't just change the value of key. It is a multi-level thing like that. Yeah, we don't know the depth of the tree by default. That's why. I think this is a recursion problem. Yeah, it's an object. I'm just calling it a dictionary because it's going back to Python in a moment. As soon as it gets... It's a JSON object, really. That's what I'm turning it into a JSON object like this. All recursive algorithms be turned into iterative ones if you look hard enough. Yeah. Yeah, so what I'm doing, if you missed the intro, so I have a function up here. This is recursive, all right? It iterates through this, and every time it finds another, I'm just going to call it a dictionary, inside of a key here, it then calls itself again, and it builds an HTML nested structure. So this matches this. Except anything that's null here, it ignores and doesn't actually build out. So we can see the CD field set here with that option for that, and then floppy has flux output and that stuff. So I'm trying to go back from the HTML, which has these pipe-based splitters in the IDs, and I'm just trying to use that to go back. There's maybe a better way of doing this, and by maybe, I'm sure there is. Trying to parse your web server output. I'm trying to parse form values. Client side. That is some weird data structure. What? This? That's completely normal. This? Yes, weird, because I just did this myself. Var child for root key and whatever child equal key. Here's the thing. We have to use the parent object here, and we have to can't just say iterate through the array backwards. Yeah, the back end is in Python. The client side is recursive lambdas. I'm actually thinking about doing that, as cursed as that is. if we started with length -1 as our index in this, and then assigned that to a key, and then worked up, and then assigned that to another thing, we would end up with an object that we would overwrite. So if we did that, we would set this in GW flux, but then we would get this, and then we'd reassign our GW object into flux, and it would clobber the tracks data. So we can't do that. We actually have to use the keys. Can't just iterate through the JSON and match the labels. Well, the JSON doesn't exist in this at this moment. Pre-breakfast, you definitely cannot do that. Yeah, I think I'm not communicating exactly what I'm trying to do here very effectively. Let me clarify this. There's a button here on the form. What this is going to do is it's going to on-click run a function in the client browser that will take all of the data in the form and then process that into a JSON string. And then it's going to send the JSON string to the server. This will allow me to have a single API endpoint on the server that can accept either the form data or just a straight JSON file that the user could upload. This would also allow me to have a second button that allows the user to save the JSON data that they have filled in here, and then a third button to allow them to upload it. So this is simultaneously a editor for the JSON data as well as a form submission for the server, essentially. This is my home internet down here, which I restream my video feed from. So yes, spikes are bad. They're where a ping had a return value that was not correct. I don't know what JavaScript reduce is. Let me look that up. I was right, this works. Var child equal data for key and keys, child and child builds the key structure you're trying to construct. Let me look at this. Reduces method of array executes user supplies reducer callback function on each array element. Hold on, let me just copy this really quick so it doesn't wander off on me. That's not it. Okay, hold on. Reduce. Okay, so it's a Lambda thing. Method of an array instance executes a user-supplied reducer callback function on each element of the array in order, passing the return value from the calculation on to the preceding element. The final result of the reducer across all elements of the array is a single value. First time the callback is run, there is no return value the previous calculation have supplied. Okay. We're using AI now? No. This is MDN. So what I'm seeing is that reduce has two values. Okay, no, this does not work. Sorry. Unfortunately, I don't think it works. So here's what would happen. Okay, we split, we reduce. Okay, so this takes there. This is like null passed or something. I'm not exactly sure. The first time the callback is run, there is no return value of the previous calculation supplied. Okay, so this is probably null or something. One of them's null. Okay, what would happen is we set this object to this value and then we return this object. That's going to do what I was saying, where let's say we run this, we can set tracks to GW to flux, but then we will set hard sectors and then we will clobber the GW object and we will destroy the tracks data. So this works for one data point at this level, but then we'll destroy all preceding values that are input into that. I'm looking at it backwards. How am I misinterpreting this? You build it from the root down. It doesn't destroy anything going back up. So you're saying this wouldn't. Okay, let me look at this. So current value accumulator, initial value, initial value. Can I edit this? I can. Okay. Why is there a comma here? Is that... Okay, let's just pretend that's not there. So we start here. Okay, so accumulator is this. Current value. So is initial value passed as current value on the first run? Callback function, initial value. So this changes, it's that, accumulator minus, okay, current value is whatever we are in the array. So this gets passed here, no, here. So if it was, yeah, I think I get it. I think I get it. So if we pass data, it's our initial value. It goes here, object key. No, that doesn't work because that doesn't get us the lower end ones. we would have to be able to push this as our new current value. We would have to be able to change the current value in real time. Do it in TT Live. Because this sucks trying to copy paste out of this. So I am reading everyone's messages. I'm this is apparently just a much more complicated problem than I would have initially guessed. So Casper, kind of. The form structure is built out of a JSON. And we could just re-query the same JSON, get the structure, and then use this to build our ID selectors. That would be an option. Yeah, I'm going to be real. To everyone pasting code into chat, the way Twitch format stuff makes it impossible for me to be able to see it and understand it. And copying and pasting the, 12 different recommendations that I've gotten into a text editor to try and look at them all really is a pain in the butt. So I don't really want to do that. So that's why I latched on to just looking up what reduce here does. The only reason I'm not using the existing JSON object to try and parse the DOM is that I would like to avoid a second call to the server, and I don't want to cache it client side. Because I want the client to be able to just open it up and submit the data. I don't know, man. We all get to make our decisions about how we handle the stuff. I don't want to call the JSON before submitting. Okay, let me look at this, Ben. I mean, I kind of want it to be more efficient. Part of it is that I just want to understand. I enjoy learning the processes and going through the motions of coming up with an algorithmic way of handling these things and learning the language somewhat. So just using the JSON by pulling that from the server and using that to access the structure that already exists would absolutely work. It requires another call I don't really like, but it's just there's lots of ways of doing it. Okay, let's look at this. So this is what Ben sent. We're just abusing this now. Okay, keys, blah, 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 split. Okay. So actually, how did they console log? Okay, so. Who would have ever thought to accidentally press Control-Shift-X on this? Anyway. We would console log data, console dot log data. Okay, so if I just run this for giggles, okay, 2, 3, that is indeed working, Ben. Okay, so let me look at this and parse understanding this. Code looks good in the chat overlay. I don't know. Okay. For key of keys. Okay. Child key. Okay, yeah, I have no idea what on earth that operator is. Now you're just making stuff up, Ben. Only evaluates the right operand and assigns to the left if the left operation is assigned if not already a thing. Okay, so this creates a new dict if it's not already there. Okay. So child equals data. Okay. Now the weird thing is you're only modifying child and I'm getting output in data. So is this JavaScript doing a pass by reference thing or something? So key of keys, that makes sense. Okay. We only make a new dictionary if it doesn't already exist. Variables or object references. Okay. So in reality, we could also just put data in there. You're just doing child to make it less broken, I guess. No, because you have to walk it. That's what you're doing. By reassigning child. Okay. I like your logic. I like this a lot, actually. I think this is a really cool solution. I like this a lot. I see no reason this wouldn't work. I think this is perfect. So we have data. Just leave that. We will have walk be our value here because I feel like it's a more descriptive way of describing it. Paste you a better version. I got it. I can handle it from here. I didn't know that this was going to be necessary, so that's good. But I'll be able to handle it. Don't worry. Okay, now you're losing me with the last one. Child. Oh, because child will, the walk will be on the last one still. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, it's basically the same up to that point. Yes. So, yeah, this is basically super wonky, ternary kind of operator type thing. So we could do if this is undefined, then this equals this, but this is all in one. That's such a weird operator, I almost don't want to use it. Like, I am not going to remember what that means later, because it's such a weird one. Except for the slice to trim off the last key in the loop. Put a comment. Oh, there's going to be a comment for sure. Don't worry. And walk equals that. No, I will not remember this. No, I don't. I don't. No, there's no way I'm going to remember that. That's too weird of an operator. Again, I am almost tempted to replace it with a ternary, just so that I will understand it in the future. Bash is not the language that you should go to for sane examples of syntax. Right? But being a Linux guy, I know. It's just it would never occur to me to go, well, I'm used to the pipe operator, but I'm not used to conditional or expression operators also being used for assignment like that. That's weird. I don't know that I've ever seen an expression assignment hybrid. I don't care what other languages it's in. It is a very niche use case operator. You must admit that. You have to admit that. Plus equals? There is no. That is an expression. But it's not a logical expression. It doesn't evaluate to a condition. Like, I have literally already forgot what this means, actually. I'm just... Only evaluates the right operand and assigns it to the left if the left operand is false. Okay. Okay. So, if we had a function call over here, you know, blah thing, this wouldn't even execute if this isn't already true. Falsy is undefined, null, false, zero. It's kind of like truey 1 and 2 are the same. Zero would be false, yes. Generally, what you do in languages that support nonsense like that, if you wanted for realsies false, I mean it, you would do something like if value triple equals false. Like, no, for real, only do it if it's actually false. Yeah, exactly. So if it absolutely, truly must be false, you do that. Is -1 false? I think it is not, but I'm not 100% sure. console log -1 equals false. -1 does not equal false, but I don't know if that means it's false. -1 is truthy. I had a feeling, yes. Okay. Just not 0 is true. Okay. So all of that, all right. What I'm not quite getting is why would it not be that? What did the debugger stop on? You know, I'll just continue. CD, CDRDAO driver. Now that's still an object. Okay. Is it because you have to go one more up? Because it's assigned to the object. Yeah, so you have to go up one. So child keys length -1 equals. Or is it not assigned already? And that's the problem. Oh, yeah, that is truly terrible. So this references the top one. So if I did something stupid like this, like last key equals null, and then did last key equals key, then I could just do walk last key equals that. Except no. Yeah, I need to stop. No, that didn't work either, because now we have an object inside of the object of the same key. So we need to split, but not do the last one. If we do it that way. Yeah, so your stop's 1 too high by doing... Yeah, you array slice. Okay, yeah, so if we... But then we can't... But if we array slice, then we don't get... So I have to store this. There's no other way around it. I have to store this. Keys equal... Keys. Yeah, we have to slice it. And then we have to do key last. But is it not acceptable to do that? Undefined? Drat. I tried that, got told off. I mean, mine didn't tell me off. It just said, I mean, if you want to. No, you can't do that. That would be nice. I mean, I don't see why JavaScript can't do that. All right. That is acceptable. You know what? It's just not even going to create. Oh, but it still makes the thing. I mean, I can do value. We can do the value up at above it. Yeah, actually, yeah, wait, I'll keep this, but then I'm going to put it up here. If child value equals blank, continue. I would rather the keys not exist, which is, again, one of the reasons why I didn't want to just start with the thing. Okay, so now the empty ones shouldn't be set. Anything the user did not input data for doesn't exist. Perfect. That's it. That's all I want. Boom. Keys pop to remove the last key. Last key, keys.pop. To remove and get the last key. That's weird. Oh, and then we don't even need to slice. Ah, okay. So we do it here, and then we don't need to slice. So we don't need an in-memory copy of it. No, that didn't work. What, phone? I don't care. Yeah, I need car insurance. Who cares? I spent the last 3 minutes sanding a piece of wood with the non-abrasive. I'm sorry. But you had a real good grip on it, didn't you? Oh, yeah, it's probably that. Sorry. Yeah, good catch. Okay. Boom. And drum roll. There it is. Yay, we're good. We're done. That's it. It works. Alrighty. Okay. So, our final thing has the cursed operator in it still, which I'm super tempted to remove still. I do kind of like this. I get it. I do get it all. It's not the approach I would have taken, but that's kind of what I was looking for here. Because I was going to do recursive, but I really didn't want to do recursive. I do like this more. Okay, so let's talk through this all one more time and comment it so that it's understood. Hey Ben, this is in GitHub if you want to see a non-recursive way of handling that. I feel like it's not worth it because there's too much HTML nonsense in there, but yeah, if you want a challenge. Rewrite into something you understand. I used it because I do and was lazy to look up the simpler syntax. I mean, I am tempted, but I want to learn it, but on the other hand, I feel like this is just laying a trap for myself later. So I don't know. But anyway, let's look at this. Okay. So get all inputs in form object from ID. We don't need to log that anymore. handle each input if there is no data. Skip. Okay. Copy data reference. I really hate that that's not like a deep copy, but whatever. JavaScript bothers me severely. Okay. Get array of keys from ID. Store last key. Wow. I also didn't know pop and presumably push also emit the value. So Adrian, would that not pass the expression? Or does that pass the value? Oh, well, by reference is our friend in this loop, but I would be okay if we did this instead to make it, like, clear. I would prefer by default this be a deep copy. It's literally the same code. Okay. Explain to me how this is not interpreted as an expression. Should this, because this should be the same, right? If I put it in a parentheses thing, should that not yield true or false? Why do you think it isn't? Because it outputs an empty object. If anything, this makes it less clear to me, actually. This is some weird syntax. I want you to please just take a step back. Reread that sentence with a fresh mind and see how insane that sounds. The logical operators return objects, not booleans. This is worse than the other one somehow. Like, I can understand only evaluate that if this is false. JavaScript member loosey-goosey. I mean, it's not obvious, but I think C is the same. I could see C being the same, but I don't know. C is also evil for operator overloading, but that's like a different problem. I don't know. Oh, only C++ has it. Okay. The only reason I don't want to do a ternary operator, other than I like forcing myself to learn things, okay? So, answer me this. Let's say I did this, all right? So input output wise, that's equivalent, okay, with the ternary operator. Are we agree on that? The Boolean operators to 0 and 1. I mean, I'm just, okay. Is this now implementation-wise different because it causes a reassignment? Would this not reassign the value even to itself because it would evaluate false? I mean, or if it evaluated true, it would not reassign itself. Implementation-wise, underlaying. Like, this probably uses more cycles, CPU cycles. First would not reassign. That's what I was thinking. It's a minor distinction, okay? I'm just trying to understand implementations, why you would use this, okay? Avoiding the reassignment has benefits, especially at scale. So this is, I'm trying to ask the questions to understand at a deeper level why we would use this stuff. Because I see this and I think initially, you know, it's initially, okay, I could do this without this, so why does this exist? And avoiding that reassignment to me is the reason why this exists. So while I understand the ternary operation, we could expand that further to several lines with a full if statement. That this is what's comfortable to me, but is still not as optimized as this. I know. It's this Jason Mitchell hacks are in many ways do the same thing. I know. It's not that it's no. I have fully wrapped my head around it at this point. Then I have fully wrapped my head around it right now. I just don't know if I will in the future. It doesn't necessarily matter because I could just name this as function magic convert string to dict keys, okay, and then never think about it again. And honestly, if Python had that ability, like or JavaScript, let's say, if you could just say treat this array as a cascade of keys in the dictionary and it did this internally and I never knew, I would have just done that. But it doesn't. So yeah, that's the problem. Is me in 6 months will have no recollection. I would like it. I want to know it. I just know I won't. That's the problem. Maybe if I put up a stink about it for an hour like I have, I'll remember it. But, you know, who knows? Yeah, I do get it. This is basically saying we need a default if there's nothing. This is equivalent to this in a weird way. But it's at evaluation time. So actually, I could not have this at all and then have the ID with the or equals logical operator thing right below it. This may even execute that in the background. Matter of fact, that actually helps me more in understanding that. If I just tie this, put the VOD link in the comment, no kidding. If I try and tie that in my memory to think of it as a parameter, that makes more sense. Unless they pass an ID of false or 0. Oh, that's true. So this would have to match undefined, specifically. So that's triple equals undefined in the background. Yeah, again, I like this. I like learning the new stuff. It's just I know it's going to weird me out. It's not null because I'm passing null at some points. I guarantee you not null because I do pass null here and it doesn't use that. It definitely passes null. Okay, move, walk, reference to lower key. This is one of those things where I'm commenting every line, but this is weird. I feel like it's justified. Like maybe this is entry level 101 kind of thing. I feel like it's not. This is exactly the kind of thing where I'll say, I want to contribute to an open source project, then I see they do this, and I just close the tab and walk away. Like, it's not a problem they did this, but it's one of those things where, like, you can do your entire life programming. You could actually have a job, do real programming out there, never encounter this. See it and go, like, what on earth are they doing? Yeah, Silgad, I was actually thinking this feels like it's much closer to an opcode. I feel like there's probably an opcode that is exactly equivalent to this, at least in x86, where there's like 1200 opcodes or whatever. Okay. This is entry-level golf coding, but you golf in Perl. Set final key to value if is not empty. In theory, though, we should never get to this. So I guess not. Let me just double check that. Wait a minute. This matters for actual implementation of this is like a module. Dang it. What if you want to blank the output? You know what? We're going to ignore it. I don't want to solve that right now. It's like, what if you don't want a value set here? There's no way currently to pass it without having a value set. Meh. All right. I think that works. So we console log, we get data that represents the object. That's acceptable. Okay. So, I could then have the user just download this. So, download for giggles data. Just for kicks, let's download it. So, F5, saves file, boom, undefined. Cool, I love it. Data, that, F5. There we go. Tools, external tools, JQ, JSON. Boom. Okay, so there we go. That's how that works. That's correct. That's what I want to see. So we now have our subset of data that was actually filled in that can be submitted. Just look at this over. Nesting is working correctly. Okay. Blah, that took way longer to do than I thought it would. Holy moly. I really appreciate the help on that, just to be clear. I would not have solved it in that way. I would have solved it with recursion. This is cleaner by a lot. Just let yourself be distracted by unrelated chat for another hour. in a future Shelby's problem. Yeah. All right. Well, now we don't want this here. This should be on click for a button. So what I think I should do is have a title parameter, put all of this in a field set, and then in the title have upload, download buttons that allow you to reset this data from a file you upload and then allow you to download it. Although I'm realizing a minor problem. Because of course there is. The user is going to be allowed, oh my gosh, this is a data injection nightmare. The user is going to be allowed to upload a JSON to the web page to be interpreted as the form data to fill in the form and then send it, but they can upload whatever JSON they want. I think we just go with don't do the wrong thing. Revalidating is actually JSON. It just goes through like JSON stringify or whatever is how I'll actually handle it. There'll be upload. This is somewhere around here. Upload completion. Yeah, so it'll be something like this. Yeah, basically this. There'll be a form upload button that they'll click, and then this will call this. No, it won't call that. It'll call this. So yeah. Form data need DRM, yeah. Crashing is a valid strategy too. No. What I'm saying is they'll be able to put whatever data they want in the JSON and send it to the server. Just don't use exact. I mean, that's not how this works. Matter of fact, it will guaranteed be run through sub process. So the CDRDAO driver is a parameter that is passed to a command line argument. Yeah, that's the thing, Adrian. It's only going to be me, and this will super duper never be allowed to be exposed to the internet. So this parameter in particular, you could escape like that and then do rm-rf/ sudo. Actually, even worse. You'll be able to do dd if equal dev 0 of equal dev sda. Because this the user is going to have the disk group so that you'll be able to image disks directly. So it might be able to write to disks directly. Not if you're running your subprocesses sensibly. How do I run a subprocess sensibly that can DD an SD card to read the file system that cannot also wipe it out? You'd have rule to add read permission? I could do that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna go with the rolled up newspaper don't solution and just say, yeah, it's very, very, very insecure. Don't do it. Next. Because I don't think I'm gonna try and handle that. The more I try and solve that, the more nightmares it's gonna incur. So we're just gonna not. Here's how this works, Ben. So, handler, media. Let's go CD first. Okay. So, it builds a command in a string. So, CDR, DAO, read raw, and then there are parameters that are basically equal to dev sr0 and then a file. Okay. So, it gets this command. This command is passed through to a function called OS_run. OS_run is in handler. OS_run just sends this direct to subprocess run. And the user running this needs to have the disk group permission to dev. I mean, well, just the disk group in general so they can read disks. That's not how the CDs work, but they need disk for, I mean, like hard drives or whatever, because I am going to allow that. Do not like shell equal true looks sus. I don't remember what that does. But anyway, I don't care. I'm not going to solve this problem. Because let's be real. Do you really want stuff like your grease weasel parameters exposed? If you have a 40 track drive and you set track to 80s, you're going to smack the head in there 80 times. There's no way for me to protect against that. What if the file name has punctuation in it? What do you mean? There's got to be some trust of the user in this software, because it's dealing a lot with direct low-level stuff. This is absolutely never going to be exposed to the internet. If you do that, you're insane. This file's amazing.txt. I don't see why that wouldn't work. Makes it do bin bash c, whatever. I mean, yes, that's kind of the idea. Because here we run cdrdao, talk to queue. Later on in, say, the data handler for Flux, not Flux, bin queue, I run bchunk to extract objects or ISOs and waves. Under ISO 9660, I just directly run 7-zip. So there's like not a lot I can do to try and protect it when I have to run so many system level programs to make this thing functional. What if the title, I don't know what you mean by title, has an ampersand? Let me put it this way. If you want to break it, you probably can. I'm saying this requires system level access all the time because there are so many things that are not parameters. Well, I mean, if they do that, PJB, they're idiots. That's the problem. I mean, that's on them. I'm not gonna be able to fix that. Although somewhere in the JSON stuff, it might actually re-encode that, or the form submission, I'm not sure. So that may not be an issue. It might escape that. But there are too many ways to break this with malicious intent. But it would be malicious intent of your own hardware. Because again, if you host this on the internet, you're an idiot. Okay. So let's do this. Okay. So we have input options. Let's put some stuff here. How do I want to handle this? I need a files thing. Give me load completion. Okay, how am I handling that? Is that a label that I'm clicking? Yeah. So it's a fake button label that's next to an input for type file. I don't like shell. The default is shell false, much less likely to land you with an unpleasant surprise if you forget. Can't put $sign in character field hates your software. Exactly. There we go. Yeah, again, you're welcome to run those broken commands if you want on your system, because it will be on your system. Wait, this doesn't work. Hold on. I need another field set. So I'm hiding the actual file field because it's really stupid looking and I hate it. And instead I've got this, which you'll be able to click as well. Let's just do that for now. So this can crash and I can go fix whatever is broken. So yes, you can click that to upload a file. All right, but what broke? Where is broken? 167 for some reason. Let's look at that. Load data, parse, await. Wait, why is that broken? Say broken commands. I say I just put in the drive and typed in a little text box and it went weird. I'm probably going to escape stuff, but we'll see. I don't know. Missing after argument list. How? How is there anything that's unmatched? Why is this locked onto there? Wait, there's one other that opens multiple. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Missing after list. And why does it keep opening here instead of... I super don't get what it's complaining about. Get element by doodad is null. Did I not add that? Complete load. Complete load. Um, I know why. That's the first event listener I'm adding. This is the first time I've had this problem. I need to link this at the bottom. Nope, that didn't help. I hate everything. Make archiving look fun? Yeah, for sure. He moved the style sheet. Did I really? It's apparently one of those kinds of days. Hey, look, it works! Yay! There's a reason these streams are only 4 hours long. Okay, now does this work? No! Missing thing still. Dude, what? How? Okay, that part's fine. Get rid of this. Fine. Wait, what's the JSON parse? Yeah, I mean, that should be... not fine. These are all matched. Missing thing after thing. No, it's not. How am I missing one? There's one there. It has a match. Is it an async function? I think this is. There is no IDE involved here. That's one of the complicated things. Technically, I mean, I have a debugger, I have an editor, I have a execution environment. I don't have an IDE. I think it might be confusing the await... Well, but this literally works, this exact same code over here on this. Wait, why are there square brackets around const file? I don't know. It works in the Mario Kart software. I think what it is this returns an array of files, and we're assuming that it's only one file. So we're setting whatever the first element is in here to file. I think that's what it is. Do I have to make an async function? Hold on, did I make an async function over here? Upload. Oh, maybe it is supposed to be async. That could do it. That's such a weird error, though. Why would it say that? Dude, I hate that. That's awful. That sucks. I think I want just type button. Is that a thing? Let's find out. ID equal config download save config. Back to here. Do one of these, but do this, and then this, and then this. I think that's how you do it. We'll find out. Download. Boom. And then we're going to do form to object. All right. And then I think we get data, right? Oh, this isn't actually returning. Return data. Okay, so data. Okay. And then we put... Wait, where's the JSON stringify nonsense? Isn't that supposed to be here somewhere? File name text. Uh-oh. Wait, how did I download this before? No, I didn't pay attention. Download. Okay, so that's data and then file name. Okay, so text. But that's... Does it just do it even if it's... like not a string? Okay, JSON stringify. That's what I want. Okay, got it. JSON stringify that. Okay, that'll work. And then file name is whatever. Config data dot JSON. Boom. Okay. F5. Okay, save. Of course that didn't work. Save. Is it not capital? Click. Why is it not working? Debugger. Hold on, I got them all over in here. Change. Click. It is just click. Okay. It's on click if you do it in HTML, but if you do it in JavaScript, it's just click. There we go. Config data. Okay. Now let's do this. Let's just change something. Flux output. Farts. Okay. Let's make this Plex store. Okay. And then we'll re-upload this. Downloads. Okay. Wherever it is. Config data. And it works. It cleared out all of the other options, though. That's a minor problem. How's progress going? Actually, that just worked pretty darn well.
Ultimate says hooray for parts CHEER 100. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. You bought more bits just for that. You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, so the downside is that it clobbers all of the other options that you could fill in. Okay. Ugh. Why Web UI and not a Qt app? Because ideally this gets run on a Raspberry Pi that you connect to over the network. And I don't really feel like X forwarding. Additionally, it's going to show kind of a lot of stuff, and having web functionality built in would be nice. Use a splat. Hold on, I don't know what this is, but I'm interested. JS splat. Allows an iterable, such as an array or string, to be expanded in places where 0 or more arguments, function calls. Spread syntax looks exactly like REST syntax in a way. Some numbers. I'll take any keys that do exist in incoming data and overlay it on top of old data. You have my interest. Now, the downside here is that this is going to require another call to old data to do this properly, but it might be worth it. Or maybe, do we just store the whole thing? Var default config equal blank, and then on load, we get load data. No, where is it? Fetch this data. Okay. What did I just type? Something default config equal data. I don't know how to do a deep copy. Okay. So then when we upload, JSON parse load data. Okay. So if I want, let's say data, okay. And then we do default load. But I assume this, 3 dots, load completion. That did not work. Use the same logic to create the IDs with pipes to select. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm wondering. It's like, wait a minute. Is this just like way simpler? Ubadistas, I'm changing up how this is going to work. So that did not work. I don't know why. It didn't merge them. So object to form, I am doing that there. This should be the new data, I think, but this isn't working, or... So F5, it loads the data. Let me make sure there's no errors. There's no errors. You didn't set up default config with anything. I did it right here. So when we load the default config data there, here, I can... Let's do this. Here and here. Okay, so load completion. So we break here. Default config does have this. Load data has that. Data is not set. I will continue. Now data. No, that does work. Wait, why did that not build the proper... Oh, I don't think it does it. Does it not do... I think it's not doing it because it's overriding the top level one. So it's not preserving all of the lower level stuff. Although, why isn't this allowing me to expand these? That's weird. I can't expand any of those. But what I'm thinking it's doing is it's overriding all of floppy with the new floppy, for example. It's not it's starting at the bottom and working its way up. It's starting at the top and working its way down. I don't know what you mean by yes. Yes, it is working top down. May have to walk it, yeah. Which I didn't particularly want to do. The other option is getting rid of this. So F5, save. Now we load the second one. It's all still there because I am passing the blank ones. So that saves the full thing. The other problem here is that you can load literally anything. So if we went and we loaded one of the media samples, it would give me that as an option. Because it's just like fully exposing the whole thing. Test. Media sample. Oh, that didn't work. Why did that not work? Well, that's weird. It didn't error. Let me get rid of that. Just pass load data and try that again. Load. Well, that's really weird. I don't know why that's not working. Huh. Config data. It's just key pair. This. Just key pair. Want more enterprise code? I don't. I want garbage code. I don't want fancy stuff. If I can't write it myself, then I don't want to write it. I don't get why that doesn't work though. I think there's some wonky going on. Oh, that's right, you can't type into the debugger. Console log data Why you know data. F5, load, config options. Oh wait, no, that one should work. Load, media sample. So yeah, it gets all that. It loads. It's not critical that this work in even the slightest, but I would like to understand why it doesn't work, because there is a flaw in this somewhere that I did not anticipate. It should be able to load this, and I don't understand why it can't. Unless it's because test, there are 0 child groups. Also, now you can see the issue with the data injection. How they can put literally anything in there. Because this is just some random JSON. Okay, so I am currently requiring a field set of some kind. Options, create element div. Options, append child. Now, where am I getting field set from? New field set, prefix. Create element field set, pair. Options, append, pair. So why is that not tripping? If value equal null, blah, 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 prefix equal null, continue. None of that should be going. You know, I'm going to chalk this up. It doesn't matter yet. And save this and push it to GitHub just so that I make sure that that actually happens. I'll work on it more later. Git, commit, bare bones, JSON, config, save, restore, working, git, push, origin, web. Okay. That way I can at least continue on it when I want to. Oh, man. Alright, you know what? We're going to stop right now. I want to do a different thing. We're going to change what we're doing. I'm not bothering to update the category. I don't care. We're going to be here for 16 minutes. I'm going to move this computer really quick, and I'm going to go grab a box. Because for the plan that I have this week of what my next video is going to be, I need to know what I have. So I need to, like, look at what I have. Change programming languages? No. Well, I mean, in a way. Although, probably not in a way. Ugh, that's awful. Okay. I think there were books included in this. Let me find out. That's not books. Okay, you know what? I'm just taking this. Ah! Okay. Do I have any Amiga hardware manuals? Let's find out. Okay, so we have Bard's Tale 2. Those are not Amiga manuals. We have a bajillion loose floppies. Those are not hardware manuals. Gotta say goodnight. All right, see ya. Okay, joystick. That's not manuals. Mouse and floppy drive. Also, not manuals. I mean, people write fiction books all the time. What are you talking about? How do you have manuals for something that doesn't exist? It's probably not even the only hardware manual for a fictitious thing. This is a MIDI adapter via RS-232. Oh, well, that just kind of sounds useful. I don't know why it's got a pass-through port, but there's that. Okay. So, ooh, this is complicated. Hold on. I don't know what language that is, but that's that. That's not an Amiga manual. Ultima 4, Lombard Rally, Populous, World Class Golf, California Scenery Disc for Test Drive 2, Test Drive the Dual, Amiga, a car disc. Dude, apparently a dual is going to be awesome on here. There's a lot of Test Drive the Dual things here. It's going to say that was the Ultima manual. I mean, here I thought you were going to be late. All right, we got a napkin that says Ultima 4 on it. You just got to tuck that in right there before you start eating. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, NHL 95-96. Genuinely. Oh, I was going to say, I didn't know the Amiga lasted that long, and then this says Sega on it. So is this a Genesis manual? Yeah, it's a Genesis controller manual. Are we unboxing? Where's the globe? No, this is in the mail video. Okay, Jet for Amiga computers. Is this? Yeah, Sublogic Jet. Okay. Sim Life. Okay, apparently Arkanoid. That's the box. That's kind of incredible. What? Also, I didn't know Arkanoid was Tato. That makes total sense. Falcon, same kind of thing here. Also Falcon. I get why that one's called Falcon now. Half of the Falcon data disk. That's... Okay. Genuinely didn't know there was an Elvira game. Okay. I see some Spiral Bound stuff. The Immortal, World Class, Golf again. Amiga, yeah. Falcon. The Cycles with an intact security disk. Okay. I think Zool was the only game I had with one of those before for PC, so that's actually kind of cool. Some Defender of the Crown, Arkanoid, more Arkanoid-y type stuff. It looks like I'm going to be going through and trying to repatriate some things. Okay. These, this, I think goes to Jet. It's airport stuff. Commodore authorized warranty repair locations. Okay, this looks hardware-y. I think I want that. Okay. Big ol' keyboard thing for, I think, Sublogic Jet, because it's talking about a bunch of airplane stuff. Throttle up, throttle down, fuel pod, payload, weapon view. Yeah, that's probably Jet. Okay. Sound sampler? Whoa, that's weird. Magic Johnson's baseball. Grand Prix circuit. Dude, I kind of love the car on there. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, Heroes of the Lance, SSI manual? Or is it SSL? Okay, then we got Defender of the Crown manual. This is a big one with another code wheel, this time in color. Was this Goodwill box? No, this was included with the Amiga that I was sent. Okay, so that's manual for that. That's also the Spiral Bound that I was seeing. PGA Tour Golf. Okay, Wayne Gretzky Hockey. Weird Dreams. There's some David Lynch looking stuff on the back, so I think that's as described. Disc is in the box. Oh, Sublogic Scenery Disc 7. It includes Florida, North Carolinas, and Washington, D.C. Flight Sim 2 manual. Okay. PGA Tour cards. Something for Access software. Looks like golf related. Sword of Sodan. Micro Illusions. Desktop creativity. Soundscape Pro MIDI Studio something. Looks similar to the sound sampler thing. Alien Fires. Is this a like an early build of Light No Fire? That new game by Hello Games? Anyway. Indianapolis 500. The Flathead Calendar. Also, Zork Zero inside. And there are pages in here. This is, I don't know what this is. I suspect these are Griblies. So I want to make sure that stays together. SimCity. Earl Weaver Baseball, the manual. Vegas Gambler gets a color manual. Shark Attack Golf. Populous 2. Flathead is from Zork. Okay, Micro Illusions may describe the location of the Amiga manual. Yeah, no kidding. Some of that stuff may complete some of the stuff I gave you. Oh, that's perfect. Dragon Force Team Handbook. Okay. Dragon Force, to me, is a shmup. Is there also a Dragon Force looks like Contra clone? It looks like there is. Okay, that's kind of hilarious. Okay. Wings. Just Wings. Wings. There weren't that many games yet, so they got to use names like that. Kind of like domains. Okay. Sports football. Unlike all the other kinds of sports or footballs. More Wayne Gretzky hockey. Dungeon Master. This is shrink wrapped. I don't think the disc is in there still. It's kind of a weird, unique way of distributing software. Dungeon Master hint disc. Okay, that's kind of cool. Half of a code wheel. Hopefully it goes to that other half that was in there. Okay. Jet controls, which means that other one is not for Jet. Tank mouse graphics for something, making me wish I had a tank mouse. After I bought one of the expensive things, like the second dot or something, a tank mouse in the original box sold on eBay for $35, but I didn't buy it because I had just spent $1,500 on dot stuff and I knew I should stop buying stuff on eBay. I regret not buying the tank mouse. Floppy drive manual. And introduction to the Amiga 500. That's what I was after. Okay, here we go. That's what I want. Why they got Amiga with like a bunch of Pantone stuff? Like, look at it. Look. Focus. Look at that. That's the Pantone one. Anyway, that's what I need. Okay. Then we got Sim Life. Music construction set. Isn't that the thing Jim Leonard's looking for? But probably wants the PC version? Does this have anything unique to the Amiga? He's looking for the PC version. Yeah, okay. Is the Amiga version archived? Does it matter? Because the UI in this, I genuinely don't know. Because to me, that looks like a Mac UI. So this manual may or may not be relevant to all of them. So far, I'm not seeing anything unique to the Amiga in this. I need to know if this is archived. I also didn't know it was EA. How is Mac had round Rex? Okay. Interesting. I'll have to look that up and see if the disc is in here. Okay. Photon Paint. That's kind of an awesome name. Barbarian. Also, just a good name. Like, if your game is about me Smash, having just single word name is pretty good. What's not a good name, I have no idea what this is. I'm going to guess Music X. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, I guess I could probably look into a further page for a copyright or something. All the construction sets were EA. Bill Budge started the trend with pinball. It was so popular, threw a lot of stuff at the wall. All right, it is Music X, yes. Okay, Photon X. It sounds like a great band name. Kind of does. All right. Well, I got what I wanted, which was the introduction to the Amiga 500 manual. Because I think my next video is going to be a first look at using an Amiga, and I want to do with it what I did with the Apple II, and start here. And actually just use the machine, having read the manual as my only point of reference. Because, as you can tell by my questions with the construction set manual there, I know literally nothing about it. So, yeah. So far, the only thing I know is that Commodore likes Mazda. There we go, Mazda, right there. Oh, sure, they show Marble Blast. No, not Marble Blast, Marble Madness. Marble Blast is in my head because I keep using that as a test disc at home for the ripping stuff. They don't want to make Amiga videos? I don't want to make Amiga videos as like a series. That's not going to be me. It makes sense for you to make an Amiga video, period, based on the overwhelming response to me getting one in the mail video. All right, I need to get this tape off now while it's not doing that. Yeah, leaving all the glue on because it's relatively fresh. Oh my gosh, got a lot of tape. Okay, one more, and then I'll see if construction set is in there. Because again, I know he's looking for the PC one, but I don't know what all exists at all. I also didn't know it was software. I assumed it was hardware. Okay. Just gonna put real quick search into here. I see Music X right up front. There's probably some like Amiga discs that I need to know what are to be able to even use a computer. Hopefully the manual will tell me about that, but I'm not gonna look through them for that. I'm actually just gonna look for construction set right now, just because I want to know. Okay. Music X, blah, 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 blah. Sound sampler, okay. Well, I mean, there it is right there. Deluxe music construction set. So there's something at least for it. So I'll have to see if that is archived, because that could at least be something. Let's just go look that up really quick. I would just like to know. Because that might be high priority. Because, like, I don't know. Let's go find out. Oh, someone put a dot in my chair. Ugh. I'll put it in their chair. They won't notice. Okay. EA Music construction set. Okay. Atari. Okay. And this is original version's manual, very low cost variant for Apple II, C64, Atari 8-bit computer. Since the only screenshot of the manual is barely visible, I did not bother scanning it. Instead, I decided to remaster a PDF format. Just look at that really quick. Is that the same? Based on the low quality abandonware. I mean, it looks kind of CGA, DOS. So is the DOS, I mean, if he just wants a copy, I get that. Okay, maybe it looks like it might be archived, although I'm not seeing the Amiga version. That is a different manual than the one I have for sure. Yeah, that's very DOSy. I guess, yeah, this is deluxe music construction set. That's for Mac. I feel like the Mac version's probably the worst one. Now, there's a video of it, so someone has it somewhere. Oh, I mean, $25 to get it is not that bad. Okay. All right, so it can't be that uncommon. It looks like the manual needs scanned somehow. That's the rock and roll add-on. Maybe this is it. Although being Apple II, who knows? That's not the correct manual. Okay, so the manual may need to be scanned. So scan the manual, image discs. Actually, I think I have a lot of work ahead of me for imaging discs. Maybe we should have done that today. Huh. You've been recently viewing Mario Maker stuff. On eBay? It's still minus 5 minutes on the clock. You have time? Yeah, I don't know why you're talking about Mario Maker. I own Mario Maker 2. Mario Maker 1 had the plug pulled. What else is there? No, Google. Oh, well, if that showed up, then it was just it fabricating stuff. Because, yeah, no, I did not do anything Mario Maker on Google. Anyway, that's a lot of discs there that I probably need to... Wow, Elvira's a lot of discs. European Challenge. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of add-on discs for the Dual. Dude, there's no hard drive in it. How does that even work? Yeah, I got a lot to learn with Amiga, because, like, I don't know anything, man. Golf in the back where it belongs. Alright, well, there's definitely some stuff here. Is Jet in here? I would like to know if Jet's in here. Zork! I'm gonna guess it's the black ones. Nope, that's the Immortal. Elvira. Power Drone, that's a pretty good name. Populous 2, screen printed. There's Barbarian, just good name. Arkanoid, I'm actually genuinely looking forward to that. That's probably gonna be the first one I try. Oh my god, Marble Madness! Okay, screw the Arkanoid. I'm trying Marble Madness first. Okay, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's get out of here. Okay. Alright, I think it's time we wrap this up. Welcome to Amiga. Lots and lots of disk swapping. Okay, well, good to know. Second floppy drive is useful if you don't have one. I think this is the second one. I think it's got one built in, right? I have no idea if either one of them works. Yay! It's not, at least it's not like the Mac. I don't think it has a motorized eject. So, all right, let me connect to my server and we will start the outro. The caps will be fine? Yeah, that's not telling me a whole lot there. Well, all right. We at least somewhat accomplished the one thing I wanted to do today of sending JSON data back to the RIP host server. That was a lot more complicated than I thought it would be. Thanks for streaming. No problem, Dziak, or digital. Oh my gosh. Dude, I called Dziak you and you Dziak both times in this stream. That's ridiculous. Anyway, thank you, Digital Ice Age. Did check for barrel battery. I have touched the Amiga twice. There's RAM expansions? I didn't know you could even put anything in a 500. See, here's the thing, okay? Here's how it's gonna work. The video's gonna start, I'm gonna open it, because I don't know anything about it. And then I'm gonna read the manual and try and turn it on. Because I know I should look in it to make sure that it's not gonna explode. And that it's not full of, like, orange crush or something, okay? So I'm just gonna open it, look it over. So, yeah. Anyway, that's it for today. If you all enjoyed this stream, then you should probably just go look at the GitHub repo for it, because you could, like, read this as a book for the code instead of watching the stream. I mean, you know, you could do... If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon. Get a shirt like this one. But that is it for now, and I will see you next time. Oh, I put the mouse cursor on the button and I moved it. Dziak Ice Age, yeah.